Do you hear anything? Well, your program audio works.
Testing.
Drone down.
Okay, and it's just 7:30 in the morning, and we got race number 1 underway with UCLA in the yellow boat in the left-hand lane in the west lane, and UC San Diego in the right-hand lane. It's a pretty clean start. Little chop out here on the water, but they're doing a great job managing the conditions out here. So again, it's UCLA in the west lane in the yellow boat, and UC San Diego in the east lane in the black boat. Jim?
Yes, the crews are coming this way, and we're waiting for them to arrive, and we'll be following alongside. Once again, it's pretty brisk out here with the breeze, and hopefully it doesn't get any stronger than this. Once again, this is race number 1, and in lane 1, which is on the peninsula side, or the left lane, would be UCLA, and then in lane 2 would be UCSD. Okay. Now coming into view. I'm just beyond the halfway point. Right now we have a really close race between the two crews. In fact, as they come up even with the launch here, it's the Bruins. Oh, it's too close to call until they become a beam of us. But here we go. Once again, lane 2 is UC San Diego. They have a slight lead of about 1 seat. But a really good goal racer. Start to start. Just 1 seat for the black shell crew from San Diego. There's some stroke rates here. San Diego's going a little under UCLA. We've got some issues here with the power boat coming out. And hopefully the crews will be able to take advantage of it. Right now the power boat is turning, and it's hopefully going to go between the two boats. UCLA now making a very nice move. In fact, they are on the lead. UCLA in the yellow boat, closest to the shore. Striking the water at 35 strokes per minute. UC San Diego about the same. It's a real good race. The coxswain of UCLA looks over as they are going around this power boat. Both clear, thank goodness. But UCLA now with a 3-seat advantage as we come down to the last 250 meters of the boat race. UCLA now with 3 seats. San Diego looks over, 4 now look over at UCLA, who's now 6 seats up. Really making a move here. UCLA now at 38 strokes per minute with 10 strokes to go. Unfortunately, we had a Zodiac in the way that ruined this race. So, throttle back. So unfortunately, UC San Diego was hindered by a Zodiac, but it's going to be UCLA crossing the line first, followed by UC San Diego. Back to you, Bob.
And we're ready for race number 2 here with UC Irvine in the west lane in a white boat, and they have black singlets on today. And in the east lane with yellow blades, we have UC Santa Barbara, and both crews are off clean. Little breeze, sort of a quartering headwind from the starboard side this morning. But the crews are about 200 meters down the course in race number 2 with the Anteaters of UC Irvine in the west lane and the Gachos of UC Santa Barbara in the yellow singlets in the east lane. At about 250 meters in, the Anteaters have taken a fairly demanding lead for this early in the course. They've got about a half a boat length on Santa Barbara at this point. Irvine's rowing at about 33 strokes a minute, and Santa Barbara's at about 35 strokes a minute here. So we're calling it lane 1 on the west side and lane 2 on the east side of this course. And about 300 meters into the course, the Anteaters have a full boat length. They've got open water on Santa Barbara. Sure that Coach A.J. Brooks is going to be happy with this kind of a result. And we're queuing up for race number 3 here at the starting line, and I'm going to let Jim take you home here on the last half of the course.
All right, thanks, Bob. The crews are coming into view now, and as you say, UC Irvine with a substantial clear water advantage over UC Santa Barbara. I'm just going to follow this for maybe about 100 meters so that we can show you some pictures. Irvine rolling in the white shell, white blades, black shirts. They're coxswain calling for a power 10 right now. Go. So this is Irvine in your picture right now. Very controlled, powerful 35.5 strokes per minute. And the Santa Barbara crew is about 2 boat lengths of clear water astern. They're rowing at 32. We're going to throttle back here and let the Santa Barbara crew go by, and we'll go back for the next race. But UC Irvine, the Anteaters, in lane 1 with a clear advantage over the Gauchos here in lane number 2. Back to you, Bob.
All right, we're queuing up here for race number 3. We have the Golden Bears of the University of California, came all the way down here from Berkeley for the regatta today. They'll be in the west lane, lane number 1, and they have on blue singlets, and their oars are navy blue with a blue or yellow tip on them. And in lane number 2, in the yellow boat, will be another home team, Orange Coast College, and another great crew, I'm sure, from Orange Coast. And the old slogan from Orange Coast was the Giant Killers. So we'll see if they're going to kill the Giants today, because we got the Pirates of Orange Coast College going off against the Golden Bears of the University of California. And the start is imminent here. Good conditions, really, for this race course today. Perfect. Coxswain's hands up. These crews are just about dead even. They're doing a floating start here today. there was enough of a breeze that the stake boats that usually hold the shells in place blew away. So now we're doing a floating start, and the starter's flag is up, and the aligner's flag is up, and the race is off with University of California Golden Bears in lane number 1 on the west side of the course, and Orange Coast in the yellow shell in lane number 2 on the east side of the course. And boy, Orange Coast is out of there like they're shot out of a cannon. They are 150 meters down the course. They probably have a half a boat length on Cal already. Well, as we're moving down the course, it seems that the Golden Bears have managed to catch up with Orange Coast and got a great aerial shot for those of you who are watching this online. And the Golden Bears have taken just about a half a boat length over Orange Coast College, and we're about 500 meters down the course, about a minute and a half down the course. The Bears are rowing at 36 strokes a minute. And Orange Coast 35.5 strokes a minute. So they're fairly even in terms of the stroke rate. But the Bears are getting just a little bit more sparkle, a little bit more push on every stroke. And as they approach the halfway point on our race course here in beautiful Newport Harbor, it's the Golden Bears with a little bit of open water over Orange Coast College. Jim?
All right, the crew's now coming into view, and the Bears, once again, the Golden Bears, that is, in lane 1 with clear water over Orange Coast. Very smooth, powerful, leveraging strokes as they're striking. It seems like they're rowing a lot lower than they actually are. They're rowing 37.5 strokes per minute. Now they lengthen out to 36. Clearly the quality of this particular race with Orange Coast, the Golden Bears now have about 3 boat lengths of open water. We're going to hold back here, bring Orange Coast into the picture. Orange Coast rowing in their yellow Impacher, white singlets, orange band, here they come. Rowing the Brett Winfield. Rowing at 35.5. Coxon still going to the whip here, wanting to get more speed out of this boat because it's the time that you get for the finish that qualifies you for the finals. So anyway, in race number 3, it's going to be California crossing the line first, followed by Orange Coast. Back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Jim. We're lining up for race number 4. In this one, we are going to have Loyola Marymount in the west lane in lane number 1 and USC in lane number 2 on the east side of the course. And it seems that the Loyola Marymount crew is sort of paddling up to the line. It could be just a little bit late here. And USC's ready to go. They're sitting on the starting line already. USC has black long sleeves on today with white ball caps and a white shell, white oars. A little bit early in the season, so maybe they don't have their oars painted up their traditional USC colors. Loyola's about 100 meters away from the star right now, and the Trojans are waiting patiently for the next race. What a great day it is here. The sun's jumping out from behind the clouds here in Newport Beach. little breeze, a little light quartering headwind, but certainly nothing that these crews can't handle. And I would say we're probably 2 minutes away from start here on the west side of Newport Bay here. And I'm lucky because I'm covering my share of the race from the beautiful Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And my compatriot Jim Jorgensen's out on the water, so he's a lucky guy. Okay, the crews are getting queued up now for our next race. Loyola Marymount is in the west lane, lane number 1, and they have on white singlets, white blades, and a white boat. So, USC is in lane number 2 on the east side of the course with black singlets and white ball caps on. Loyola guys are pretty brave today. All of them are out here in tank tops just about, whereas the USC guys are all long sleeve black shirts. So I don't know. There's a little chill on the water today. Okay, the crews are aligned. Starters asking them if they're ready to go. And one coxswain's hands up. The coxswain's hand being up signifies that they're not ready to go yet. And the starter's flag is up. And they're off. I would say that USC had a little bit of an advantage on that start, but it's a floating start, so here we go. Okay, about 100 meters in, it looks like USC, the Trojans, have a little bit of an advantage in lane number 2 on the east side there, and the crews are handling this chop on the water pretty darn well. So for those of you that are watching our races online, we got some great drone coverage today. And by the time the crews are about 300 meters into the course, Loyola Marymount is on the west lane has pulled up so that they've got just a little bit of an advantage over the crew from USC. And Loyola's rowing about 36, 37 strokes a minute. And they seem to be pulling away fairly steadily here. By the way, the format for this regatta is just fantastic. The races are shorter. They're 1,400-meter races instead of the normal Olympic distance of 2,000 meters. But everybody's going to race more than once today, twice. And it's going to be a great kickoff to a super racing season. We've all been kind of laid low the last couple of years as far as intercollegiate athletics is concerned, and I'm sure that the athletes feel lucky and blessed to be able to get out here today. And now I'm going to pass the race over to Jim Jorgensen. Jim, let's hear about it.
Thanks, Bob. We've got a good race here. The Lions from Loyola Marymount have an 8-seed advantage over USC. Once again, it's windy, but not that bad in terms of the water conditions. And like you say, the Loyola Marymount crew is plenty warm as they continue to have that one boat length lead over USC. Loyola now at 33.5 strokes per minute. Lower cadence than their opponents because they're in the lead. They're doing a nice job of leveraging their bow towards the finish line. We'll drop back here a little bit so that you can see the Trojans as they now are clear water astern of Loyola. About 300 meters to go. Loyola in lane 1, the white blades, white singlets, have about a quarter of a boat length advantage over USC here in the dark shirts and the white blades. So that's where it is. Back to you, Bob, at the Yacht Club.
Thanks, Jim. Getting ready for race number 5, and that'll be California B, the Bears' second boat that they sent out for the regatta today in lane number 1 on the west side of the course, and the 49ers of Cal State University Long Beach in a bright yellow boat, and they'll be on the east side of the course in lane number 2. And I have to say, it's just about time that this race ought to be starting, and the Bears are probably 300 meters away from the start. So we'll take a little break here and wait for Cal to get up to the start of the race. By the way, I was checking some of these early season regatta entries today, and part of the Cal crew is racing in Henderson, Nevada today. So I think they're doing a split squad deal. Half of the men's team is here in Newport Beach, and half is in Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. And they got a real nice race course up there in Henderson, and we got a really nice one here in Newport Beach. So these guys are lucky. Everybody on the Cal crew gets to race today, either here or in Nevada. Okay, both the crews are paddling up for the start now. The Cal crew is going to be in lane 1 on the west side of the course, and they're in a white boat. And they'll have on navy blue singlets with a block C on the front. And the Cal State University 49ers will be in a bright yellow boat with yellow singlets. And I would say that the start is imminent. We're probably going to get this race underway in less than a minute. Okay, we got an alignment and the starter's flag is up. Okay, the starter is adjusting the crews so that everybody gets a fair shot at the start here. California in the white boat in lane 1. Backing it down just a little bit. The coxswain's hands up. All the coxswains, both the coxswains are ready to go now. The crew are aligned, the coxswain's hands are down, and the race is off. California is off the line at 38 strokes a minute in the west lane, and Cal State Long Beach is rowing just about the same, 38 strokes a minute. These guys are doing a really good job of handling these conditions out here this morning. Beautiful day, little light brisk breeze. So a nice clean start. Everybody's underway. It's about, I'd say they're a quarter of the way down the race course now, and the Golden Bears are opening up. Stroke by stroke, they're pulling ahead of Long Beach, and I would say they just about have a boat length now on the 49ers of Cal State Long Beach. Jim, I'm going to let you have it. The first women's race is just about ready to start here.
Got that, Bob. We'll call this for probably about 500 meters, and we'll flip it back to you. Crews are still not up to my location. I'm about halfway down the course, but I can hear the coxswains as they now approach. As you said, the Golden Bears of California, lane 1, are your race leaders. And here they come. All right, I can hear the Long Beach State coxswain keeping their crew alert to where the Bears are. Right now, they're a quarter boat length of open water ahead. California with the blue blades with the yellow tips. Did a stroke check on them. 36 strokes per minute. Long Beach State rowing the Ed Graham. Rowing a few beats higher, but the Bears aren't moving away that much. It's about a half a boat length of open water of California's lead over Long Beach State. Bring Long Beach into the picture here for a moment, and I'll turn it back to you, Bob. Go for it.
Here for the start of the first women's race. The starter's flag is up, and crews are off right now with Santa Clara University in the west lane, lane number 1, and the Anteaters of UC Irvine in lane number 2 on the east side of the course. Santa Clara has black and red singlets, and the Anteaters have black singlets. And both of the crews have dark colored boats. And about 150 meters into the course, it would appear that the Anteaters have a slight lead over Santa Clara University. So at 35 strokes a minute, about 350 meters into the course, the Anteaters have about a 10 or 12-foot lead over Santa Clara, but Santa Clara's inching back into this one stroke by stroke. Santa Clara's understroking the Anteaters. Santa Clara's at about 34, and Irvine's at about 35. Boy, this is a really good street fight, though. It's stroke for stroke, and the drone coverage on this race is just beautiful. Yeah, the coxswains are looking over at each other, and nobody's giving an inch in this one. This is probably the closest race of the day so far. So, Jim, you got a real barn burner coming at you. I hope you enjoy this one. It's really good.
Thanks, Bob. We've got a fire extinguisher here in case it's needed. They're about 150 meters astern of us, so we'll wait until they get right next to us, and then we'll be able to show you exactly what's happening. Once again, lane 1 is Santa Clara, lane 2 is UC Irvine, and as Bob mentioned, it's very close. I would say the advantage right now as they come up to us is to the inside lane. That would be Santa Clara University. Okay, they're about 20 yards from us now. Slow down. All right, should be coming into view now, and it's Santa Clara University with about a 6-seat advantage over UC Irvine. Both crews wearing dark shirts, dark hulls, but if the program is correct, Santa Clara has almost a full length right now. Santa Clara rowing at 34, and UC Irvine striking the water at 33. Irvine still wanting to get in, as now has an overlap on the lead crew. but Santa Clara is very persistent as they leverage the boat ahead. Their coxswain looks over, wanting to get clear water and discourage the anteaters from making a comeback. We're approaching the American Legion Hall now, and Santa Clara has in fact opened about 15 feet of clear water over UC Irvine. As we get to this part of the course, there's a little more open space, so the breeze becomes a bigger factor, and Santa Clara is putting the hammer down as there's about 200 meters to go. So for the women's first race of the day, race number 6, your race leader is Santa Clara University, followed by UC Irvine. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, the program says that it's supposed to be a bye race for UC Santa Barbara's women's crew, but right now they're nowhere in sight, so we may have a little break in the action. And I can see that the men's crew from UC San Diego is pulled up alongside the dock here at Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and it appears that we're passing wrenches and tools and screwdrivers around, so this is getting to look more like the Daytona 500 every minute. Okay, the UC San Diego crew seems to have all the tools on board that they need, and they're pulling back out onto the race course. So the next race up will be Orange Coast College B and UC San Diego B. We look like we're probably about 3 or 4 minutes away from the start on that race. Orange Coast will be in a bright yellow boat, and they'll have on white singlets today with an orange stripe. And UC San Diego is going to be in a black boat with black shirts. So it'll be easy to tell. Orange Coast in lane 1 on the west side of the course. UC San Diego and the black boat on the east side of the course. Lane 2. These coxswains are really good. They're really organized. They're getting these crews right up on the starting line. It's a good show. You know, I have to say the organization here today is fantastic. The Irvine coaches, the Orange Coast coaches, everybody here in town in Newport has done a great job putting this event together for us. So Orange Coast is pulling up even now with UC San Diego, and the starter down on the dock, Debbie Nowinski, she's anxious to get this race started, keep our schedule this morning. Got some pretty brave Orange Coast Pirates out there today rowing in singlets, tank tops, and little chilly out on the water, I'd say, and the boats have blown together a little bit here at the start, so the coxswains are jockeying around to give each other enough room on the start so that we don't have any oars clashing. One of the things that's unique and really fun about this regatta is the fact that we got races going about every 5 minutes here, and the course is longer than that, so there'll be 2 races on the course most of the time at the same time, and that's really fun. Never a big lull for action. Okay, well, the crews are separated now, and the Orange Coast crew is pulling up even with San Diego. Again, Orange Coast is in the bright yellow shell with the white singlets on, and the San Diego crew's in a black boat with dark navy blue singlets. Now, the designation between some of these races, where we call some of these crews Cal A or Orange Coast A or B, probably the B crews have a little bit less experience, younger athletes for the most part, and so right now we're seeing a couple of Bs out here doing their best to get these crews lined up for the start of this race. Just enough of a breeze to make this a challenge for the coxswains, but they're really close right now. Really close to the start. I'd say we're within 45 seconds of the start of the next race, with Orange Coast College in the bright yellow boat in lane 1 and San Diego in lane number 2 in the black boat. And the starter's got her flag ready to go down there. The crews are aligned, the starter's flag's up, and they're away. Orange Coast is off at 39 strokes a minute. And San Diego's at 41 strokes a minute. I would say at this point, about 100 meters down the course, San Diego has a little bit of an advantage over Orange Coast B. Okay, it seems that our drone has taken a little bit of a break here, but as I look at this race unfolding from behind and about 200 meters away, I would say that University of San Diego, UC San Diego, has a little bit of an advantage over Orange Coast B. So Jim, maybe you can pick this one up a little bit early and straighten it out for us.
Will do, Bob. They're still about 50 meters from us. And from our vantage point, it's too early to tell, but it does look like the boat in lane 2, that's UCSDB, has an advantage. Stay to the right. All right, coming up now. Orange Coast has tightened that race up a bit, and here they come. Still on the lead, the Tridents from UCSD, the B boat, but not by much, maybe 3 seats. Here we go. Orange Coast once again in the far lane from this vantage point is only 3 seats down to UC San Diego. Get some stroke checks here. Both boats are rowing nicely considering the headwind. Headwind like this, you have to feather, that is to roll the blade up a little bit later so that the blade doesn't act as an air brake. San Diego taking a power move here, has now moved up a half a boat length on Orange Coast College. Orange Coast rowing a little bit higher at 36. They're now counter punching and they've moved back a little bit. But still, it's San Diego and the dark shell here, blue and gold blades with a half a boat advantage. That's 30 feet. It's about a second and a half in terms of what it would be at the finish. A little stronger breeze now as we come up to the American Legion Hall. Orange Coast fighting back into that lead now, only 3 seats down. Orange Coast still striking the water at 36. San Diego at 36. So basically they're standing toe-to-toe, throwing punches, trying to get as much run per stroke in this headwind as they can. San Diego now really emphasizing that finish. That outboard hand has now moved up 6 seats as they've taken the rate up. Now make that 7 seats. Coxswain's really demanding of this crew and they're responding. So with less than 250 meters to go, it's UC San Diego B boat, your leader, by just about a boat length over Orange Coast College. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, we're getting ready for the next race here, and looking to get lined up a little bit again. In lane number 1, we'll have San Diego State, the Aztecs, and that's San Diego State A, and Loyola Marymount B. So the Lions of Loyola Marymount. And at this point, one of the crews is sitting on the starting line, and the other one seems to be MIA. So we'll see what happens here. So given the schedule of this regatta, my guess is if you're not here in a timely way, they're just leaving without you. So here we go. We got Loyola Marymount in lane number 2 in a red boat, and they're going by themselves right now. And so they're going to end up down in Jim Jorgensen country undefeated. All the rowing gods willing, they're not going to have any tragedies, and they're going to win this one all by themselves, rowing by themselves. And nice work, nice start.
Yeah, he is an old UCLA.
I call myself a veteran.
So Loyola Marymount is about 150 meters down the course, and they're rowing at 44 strokes a minute. So even though they're racing by themselves, they're not taking any chances here. They're getting their money's worth as far as their caloric burn today. So Jim, when you see this coming along, they're going to win for sure, Jim.
I certainly hope so. The wind has freshened up a little bit here as the Lions make their way to our location. Once again, not only is it victories involved in terms of who determines the final race of the day for the trophies, but it's also the time of the competitors. So they're racing the clock. They're about 100 meters from us right now. I'll give you a stroke check. They're obviously on the lead by substantial open water. I'll hold back. They're running at 35.5 strokes per minute, which is a good cadence for this early season race. And once again, as is really the case, you're just racing yourself, meaning you're racing the course. How fast can you go from start to finish? All right, they're coming up to our launch right now. Steve's going to be sending you some images here. A little bit of bump of blades on the water as they come into view. All right, here they are. Slow down. The wind has picked up a bit, Bob, as we go up the course now, and you can see the oarsmanship is really going to be tested here in terms of not hitting blades on the swells, the chop that's involved. We're just going to follow them for a little bit here, give the people at home the opportunity to see their brothers, their sons rowing. Once again, this is Loyola Marymount, rowing at 35 strokes per minute. They're rowing in a resolute shell. Once again, white blades, white shirts, LMU across their chests. Very careful in these conditions not to catch what's called a crab. That's where the blade goes in at an angle too deep for the oarsman to release it from the water and really stops the boat. They're handling it okay. So once again, Laurel and Marymount will win this race. I'll turn it back to you, Bob.
Stops the road. Okay. So once again, Laurel and Marymount will win this race. I'll turn it back to you, Bob.
Is this the one that's by themselves?
3.
Yeah, this is the other boat. Big coxswain in this one.
Just
All right, I haven't been able to hear you, Bob, but we have a clear lead with UCLA closest to the shore in lane 1 and USC clear water astern, probably about 4 boat lengths of open water. So the Bruins with a comfortable lead. Rowing at 33 strokes per minute. We've got a spectator boat that doesn't know what's going on, and fortunately they were able to get clear so UCLA can continue to race down the course. So it's going to be UCLA dominating this race over USC as we approach the American Legion Hall. We're about 200 meters from the finish line. So I return it back to you, Bob, at the Yacht Club. Over.
Yeah, Jim, thanks. I think the audio goblins grabbed my microphone here for a little while, but I think I'm back up now. We're getting the crews lined up for the next race, and it will be in lane number 1, or on the west side of the course, UCI B, and on the far side, it'll be Cal State University Long Beach in a bright yellow shell with yellow singlets in the east lane. So the Anteaters are going to be in a white boat in the west lane, and the 49ers will be in a yellow boat in the east lane, and these coxswains are right on top of it. They're bringing their crews right up to the line, and we'll be off in less than a minute. You know, when you stop and think about it, this has got to be a real thrill for these athletes because they haven't gotten to do a lot of racing in the last couple years. So everybody getting to race twice here today is going to be really a super opportunity. So the starters getting the crews aligned, and you know, all the racers are getting their sweatshirts off and ready to go here. Raiders versus the 49ers. That's a good matchup. Niners in the east lane, backing it down just a little bit. The crews are aligned. The starter's flag is up. And we'll be off here. Here we go. Oh, one of the Anteaters, the number 4 man in the Anteater crew, had a little washout there on the first stroke. But we're underway now. Rule number 1 of racing starts is don't wash out on the first stroke. By the way, rule 2 is don't wash out on the second stroke. But the Anteaters are off now, and the 49ers are off, and they're probably 150 meters down the course. And I would say that the Anteater crew looks pretty tidy, and they look pretty dominant at this point, a quarter of the way down the course. Oh, yeah, we got a great drone coverage again now, and the crews are, probably 350 meters down the course, and the Anteaters have a boat length over Cal State Long Beach already. Anteaters rowing at 35 strokes a minute. And Long Beach rowing at about 33 strokes a minute. Oh, yeah. The Anteaters are pulling away fairly consistently here. They have almost 2 boat lengths now. They're approaching the point about halfway down the course, and the Anteaters have a 2 boat length lead on Cal State Long Beach. So, Jim, you got a big one coming at you now.
Excellent, Bob. The flags on the docks here are standing straight out. It's breezy. And as you say, as you can see now, you see Irvine now in lane 1 in the white shell, dark shirts, except for the 2 man. He wanted to make sure he stays warm. With a sizable lead over Long Beach State. Once again, still rowable conditions, but challenge for particularly new, young, inexperienced rowers, as you said, much like the washing out in that first stroke. But Irvine with a comfortable advantage, probably 3 boat lengths of clear water. I get a stroke right here. They've ratcheted it down a bit to 33.5. We're going to slow down a little bit, get some shots of the Long Beach State crew. We're giving a valiant effort, but they're just not up to the speed of the Anteater crew. So, the 49ers will be coming into view shortly. Give them some shots here. And here they come. Okay. We'll go along here for about 10 or 15 strokes. Full overhead crab from the stroke. This is what a crab is all about. He's got to lay back. He's got to get the oar back. Now the question is getting the crew back into sync. So the coxswain needs to say, okay, everybody, she's getting the boat straightened out before she starts rowing by all eights again. Unfortunately, a dramatic example of what catching a crab is, and now it's a question of not pulling too hard until they've got the rhythm back, making sure the blades are squared for the catches so they don't catch another crab. But that's the view from race number 11 here, with UC Irvine clearly ahead and Long Beach State kind of finish second. Back to you, Bob.
Okay, we're lining up for the next race here. And what we're going to have is San Diego State B in the west lane, lane number 1. And they're in a black boat today with white singlets. And in lane number 2 on the east side of the course, we've got UC Irvine C, the Anteater C boat. And they're rowing in a bright white shell today. And they have on black singlets and white blades. And the Irvines seem to be pointed a little askew, but hey, the race is off anyway, so I hope that coxswain can bring them back and we don't have to buy somebody's super yacht over there. Ha, good job, Coxie. They have managed to avoid the yacht on the west side of the race course. They're bringing it back towards the middle of the course now. And they avoided the anchor chains and no fatalities. So this is a great start to this race. Anteaters are 36 strokes a minute. And San Diego State rowing at 35 strokes a minute. Anteaters are opening up a fairly healthy lead here, almost a boat length already, about a third of the way down the course, and they're rowing at 33 strokes a minute. So they're rowing stroke for stroke with San Diego State, but pulling away fairly steadily here. So your early race leaders are the Anteaters, UCI C in lane number 2. in the white boat with black singlets on. So, Jim, take it over.
All right, Bob. Once again, the conditions stay pretty consistent race to race, and as you were saying, very tricky to steer a racing 8. In fact, the rudder on a racing 8 is about the size of a credit card. So the boats are designed to go straight line, and if there's wind or if there's a problem, then it's up to a sharp call by the coxswain to have one side power up, the other side power down to help in the steering. But the crews now are coming up to our launch here, and Irvine does have a substantial open water advantage over San Diego State. So here we go. All right, there's probably about 4 boat lengths of open water between the two crews as the East Irvine Sea boat is on the lead. Once again, the sea crew probably indicates these are a lot of first-year rowers, so this is a challenge for them, one, to race for the first time perhaps, and two, to, I don't want to say survive, but to get through challenging conditions.
And Jim, we got our next women's race off here with the Irvine B boat in
That way.
lane number 1 on the west side of the course, and UC Santa Barbara in lane number 2 on the east side of the course. And I'll tell you what, we've got some a real street fight going on out here. The wind seems to be freshening up just a little bit and giving us some real challenges with that blade work. But about 150 meters into the course, it would seem that the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara have a little bit of a lead over the Anteaters of UC Irvine. Oh boy, this is a great race though. Irvine is pulled up even, and I'll tell you, the crews are rowing stroke for stroke, but one of the things that seems to be a challenge for Irvine is the number 2 oar is not rowing. Now, I don't know whether she broke something in the boat or what the problem is, but it's not good as far as boat speed is concerned. So the number 4 in the Irvine boat is back rowing again now, but Santa Barbara has taken about a half a boat length lead, and let's see if the Anteaters can catch them up here in the last last half of the course. Looks like good conditions about halfway down the course, with Santa Barbara about a half a boat length over Irvine. And now that the 2 oar in the Irvine boat is back rowing again, it doesn't seem that Santa Barbara's taken any more water on them. A little bit of splashing around out there now as the breeze picks up. And if you're watching this online, you can see the swells lining up coming down the course, and the wind's blowing almost straight down the course now. As Santa Barbara is through the halfway mark and taking a little bit of open water. They have a boat length now on the Anteaters, Jim.
All right, Bob, they're now even with us as we pick up the coverage. And as you said, the Gauchos with a little clear water now over UC Irvine. UC Santa Barbara closest to the launch here on the screen now. Conditions haven't increased in terms of the wind velocity, but they are challenging. Santa Barbara rowing at a very controlled 33.5. Irvine at 34. The person at the 2 seat in the Irvine crew is still having some issues, a little bit of rush perhaps, and a tendency to go deep during the drive. So hopefully we won't have a crab from her position at 2. As Santa Barbara continues to open up a little bit more of an advantage, probably about a boat length and a half of clear water over the Anteater crew. We're going to slow down here so we can get Irvine into your screen for a few strokes, with Santa Barbara maintaining their pretty comfortable lead at this point in the race. Irvine should be coming into the screen shortly. You can see they're rowing pretty short as well, as they're scrapping, clawing their way back into this road race. Now getting a little length. A little more length in terms of how they open their bodies, pull that outside hand to their bodies, getting a little more run per stroke. But the Gauchos are rowing very comfortably in control with about 2 boat lengths of open water. That's the call from here. Robert, back to you.
Marina program test. Marina Park program test.
big super 450 some. Okay, after a little bit of a break in the action here, we're going to start picking up all these crews again. So, getting ready for the next men's race now. We have University of Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara in lane number 1, and it's the A boat, and Loyola Marymount A. So, we're going through all of these matchups. Again, it's like a junior high dance. Everybody's changing partners after the first race, and they're going to go again. And then later in the program, there's going to be some championship racers where all of the winners from both of the brackets are going to be squaring off with each other. So next race here is lane number 1, UC Santa Barbara on the west lane here in a white boat with yellow singlets. And lane 2 is going to be Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount A boat. So this is both of the program's A boats. And the starters getting them all lined up again. And we're just about ready for the next race to come off, Jim. I'll say the breeze is picking up here a little bit because as they're aligning these crews, they're drifting backwards pretty fast. And you can bet with this kind of a headwind, that first stroke feels really heavy. Okay, the crews are aligned and the starter flag's up. And they're off. UC Santa Barbara in the west lane with yellow singlets and Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount has a great start here, really clean, and they're taking over this race right away. I would think UC Santa Barbara racing there on Lake Cachuma would be pretty used to this brisk wind. So the crews are about 100 meters down the course now, and very, very close race. I would say that there's less than 10 feet difference between the two crews. Okay. Yeah, we're about 350 meters into the course now, and Loyola seems to have just a little bit more of a lead now over Santa Barbara, maybe 10 feet. Jim, take it over, big guy.
All right, the breeze continues to build here, and we've got a good boat race. The crews are about 100 meters from me, and as they come up into view, I will show the pictures and show what's going on. Talk about what's going on. Yeah, we've got some white caps now, so it's really freshened up here a bit. Once again, just looking from afar, actually too close to call, with perhaps Santa Barbara on the inside lane, your race leader. I don't have the advantage of a drone. But a great boat race,
Jim,
probably the closest one of the day.
To go here now, and so we got Cal A and UCLA A, and they're off. So Cal is in lane 1 on the west side of the course, and UCLA is in lane 2 on the east side of the course. And I'll tell you what, UCLA, the Bruins are taking off like their hair's on fire here. They're about 150 meters into the course, and UCLA's probably got about a 10-foot lead already. So we got 2 races on the course right now. So Jim, things are going to get really busy down at your end, but I see a really close race between Cal A and UCLA A coming right at you there, and you're going to see some great action down there.
Okay, good. Back. Yeah. Really, really hard now. That's going to be a
Well, it would seem that we have some communication breakdown there on the second half of the course, but I'm sure that Jim will be back up with us. And as we're queuing up for the next race down here by the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, it's a great day for boat racing.
All right, Bob, I'm back on now. The crews are coming towards us, and as you said, it's quite a boat race between these UC schools. Right now, it's the Golden Bears in lane 1 with a slight advantage as they come up to our location. Looks like the Golden Bears have about 3/4 of a boat length, maybe a little more, as they really put the hammer down right now, trying to shake the Bruins. All right, here they come. Golden Bears with a little clear water over UCLA. Golden Bears rowing at 34, very powerful strokes. UCLA now with about 15 feet astern of the California crew. Boy, the wind has really picked up here, Bob, as we're coming up to about 200 meters to go. Your race leader continues to be in lane 1, University of California. In lane 2, UCLA. Cal's now increased that lead to about a boat length of open water. Slow down here a little bit so that we can take a few shots, a few strokes of the UCLA crew. Real challenging for inexperienced oarsmen with this headwind. Got to really keep the blades feathered, that is, flat to the water, as long as possible before they put the blades in at the catch. As we pass the American Legion Hall, the race leader now by a boat length and a half of clear water is University of California, followed by UCLA. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, we're getting things queued up. We're going to have a showdown between Orange Coast College A and UC San Diego A. And right now, the Pirates are nowhere in sight. We got San Diego sitting on the starting line and expecting Orange Coast to come along here any minute. So we'll take a little bit of a break until the Pirates come up to race. So the starting officials are kind of looking around here. Orange Coast is nowhere in sight. So it looks like this may just be a row over, one crew going down the course by themselves. Yeah, Orange Coast is nowhere in sight. So it would appear that we're going to do a row over, and Orange Coast may have to forfeit. And this row over has started. UC San Diego is off and running by themselves. So this should be an interesting one for the officials to sort out. UC San Diego's off at 40 strokes a minute. So, Jim, you got UC San Diego coming down at you right now, and they certainly got off the line in good style here. And in the starting area, we're queuing up for the next race.
All right, Bob. We do have the UCSD crew coming into your picture now. We'll follow them for a bit. Obviously, they're going to be victorious. We'll get some shots of them rowing. They're coming up to the halfway point now. Rowing at 35 strokes per minute. Once again, you can see as the legs go down, the body opens, they really accelerate that outside hand. The ports, that's like the stroke seat, left hand, and the starboard to be the 7 seat, the right hand. Really leveraging the boat ahead. We'll go along for another 10 or 15 strokes here, and we'll turn it back to you, but doing a nice job with these conditions. It's more probably about 12 to 14, gusts maybe to 20, because it's starting to white cap just a little bit here as we come up the course. So it's UC San Diego A boat going over the course, getting a good time. Back to you at the yacht club, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, thanks. With the Anteaters are rowing up toward the starting line right now, and Cal seems to be about 300 meters away from the start, so I'm hoping that they get up here pretty soon. I hope all these crews got the word that they're racing 2 or 3 times today. It wasn't just one and done.
guys have to.
So I have to say that the, AJ Brooks, the coach over at UC Irvine, has done a really good job helping to put this regatta together and keeping the crews rowing fast. AJ and Mike Sullivan, of course, is helping him coach the women's crews over there, or coaching the women's crews over there. These guys are doing a good job keeping the anteaters on the water, that's for sure. And certainly, you look at Cal crews, and they got half of their squad over there in Nevada today, and the other half here. Scott Franson, he's been the head coach in California now. I think this is his second or third year. What a good job he's done. Second the IRA last year, and Scott is a silver medalist in the Olympics in the pair, and I'm sure that he's going to have those Bears winning that regatta pretty soon now. So the Bears are pulling it up toward the starting line now. This will be a good showdown because this will be Irvine's A boat and Cal's B boat here. And these Cal kids, they've got some pretty substantial athletes there, and it's one of the premier crews in the country. And it'll be fun to see how the Anteaters do against Cal's B boat today. So the coxswains are kind of jockeying for their spots on the course now. The Golden Bears are going to be in lane 1 on the west side of the course, and the Anteaters are going to be in lane 2 on the east side of the course. And, well, I'll tell you what, these flags around the yacht club here are standing right on their side right now. This breeze is picking up, so it's not only going to be a challenge for these coxswains to get the crews lined up, the crews are going to have their hands full as the breeze freshens and the water gets a little bit more choppy out here. So the Golden Bears are pulling up even now with the Anteaters. And of course, in this, we had Cal and UCLA going off a couple races ago, and now we got the Golden Bears and the Anteaters going off. We got the whole UC system that has rowing programs represented here today. And my hat's off to the coaches for making this happen. Crews are lined up now, and the starter's flag is up. And we're going to have a race here, and right now they're off. So the Anteaters got a little bit higher stroke rate. They're getting a few more catches in before Cal is. So they're going for the lead right now at 40 strokes a minute. But I'll tell you what, the Cal guys have some long, solid strokes. So this is going to be a really good test for the Anteaters going down the course here today. So it's Cal B in lane 1 on the west side of the course, and Irvine A in lane 2 on the east side of the course. Cal's got on blue singlets, and the Anteaters all dressed out there in black. So the crews are about 300 meters into the course. You can see that the Anteaters still got a lead, a very narrow lead. I should say you can see it if you're watching this online. And they're pretty close on the stroke rates. They're matching stroke for stroke. So, Jim, I'm hoping you can pick this one up pretty soon because Cal seems to be moving back into that early lead from the Anteaters. And certainly we want to hear about this one because it could be a real good race.
Thanks, Bob. They're coming into view now, and it is a very good race. Once again, as you mentioned, the breeze has freshened a bit. But right now, in lane number 2, it's UC Irvine with a 2-seat advantage over California. Best race of the day. Irvine with a 3-seat advantage. Going very level, very powerful strokes. I think we'll follow this race all the way down to the end, Bob. This is going to be for all the marbles, at least in this race. Golden Bear Coxon looks over now and starts going to the whip. And the Golden Bears are starting to move back. Irvine still with a 3-seat advantage over California. Pretty much stroke for stroke. Two heavyweights just standing toe-to-toe throwing punches. 35 strokes per minute. California slowly creeping back up. Their bow balls are pretty much even now as Cal all gone through and now are a half seat up. So it's up to Irvine to counterpunch and get back in this race. As you can see from all the water coming off the blades, it's not treacherous, but it's very challenging conditions for a crew race. California very level, very powerful now with a half a boat length advantage as we come up to the American Legion Hall. Irvine Coxon trying to get more out of their crew as the Cal Coxon looks over and says, I'm sitting on the 2-man. Give me the bow man. Very good boat race. California is just starting to show their pedigree now as we approach the lighthouse, almost with a 1 boat length advantage. California now at 36.5 with 100 meters to go. Irvine still with an overlap. They're not out of it, but it's going to take a lot. They're going to have to start going now and light things up. California continues to stay on the lead as we approach the finish line, probably within 10 strokes. Golden Bears trying to get open water, but UC Irvine is very persistent in not letting them open the gap. Okay, coming across the finish first will be California, followed by UC Irvine. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, given the schedule we got going here this morning, we got another race about a third of the way down the race course already. We've got UC San Diego B and Long Beach State University A coming right at you. And it looked like a really close race as they were going through the first 250 meters here, Jim. And next up, we've got another one of the women's races, which will have UC Santa Barbara A and UCI A. So we're getting queued up for another race. And Jim, you got a race halfway down the course now.
All right, Bob, the crews are now coming to us. And as you said, UC San Diego is on the lead by about a boat length of open over Long Beach State. We got out of sync here for a bit. We're going to go up and get some shots of these two crews as we can. And when the women's race starts to go, let us know. But right now, it's UC San Diego on the lead over Long Beach State. We'll get some quick shots of these two crews as they battle the breeze, as they battle each other to get to the finish line. Long Beach State here in the yellow shell, the yellow singlets. We'll go up and get a couple strokes of the San Diego crew, and then we'll turn it back over to you. But on the lead, UC San Diego D-boat with open water advantage over Long Beach State. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, we're queuing up for another flight of women's races now. And in the first race, we're going to have two races which have the women's varsities in them. The first race is going to have UC Santa Barbara A and UC Irvine A. And the starter's flag is up, and we got to start on this race now. And I'll tell you what, these starters are getting them off right away, boom, boom. And unfortunately, the anteaters in lane number 2 on the east side of the course were headed at a little bit of an angle there. So they're having to bring it back on the course before they take out somebody's mega yacht here. But the crews are about 100 meters down the course, and I'd say it's really close right now. Fortunately, the anteater coxswain over there in lane 2 in a navy blue boat, a dark blue boat, and black singlets, has got it back in the middle of the course now, and things seem to be safe, and they're well underway with UC Santa Barbara in lane number 1. Seems that we have some electronic goblins affecting our drone flight right now. But Jim, we got this women's race coming right at you, and another women's race going to queue up right afterwards. So pick it up when you get a chance down there, Jim.
Got it, Bob. We're almost in position as they come to the end of the moorings here at about the halfway point. And this is race number 21 with UC Santa Barbara closest to the peninsula and UC Irvine out here in the middle. The crews are approaching our launch here, with Santa Barbara owning the lead by open water over UC Irvine. The wind raised a bit of a havoc with us and our catamaran launch as well. And as soon as we let the Irvine crew get ahead of us, we'll get in position to get you some visuals of what's going on with this race. But it's the Gauchos on the lead by about 2 boat lengths of open water, followed by UC Irvine. UC Santa Barbara is getting blown into the Irvine lane, which is to be expected as these crews come to a little bit more of an opening. Now the Santa Barbara coxswain steers back. We're going to go up even with them for a bit. Look at the Irvine crew and then try to get back into sync in terms of being at the halfway point for the next race. But we've got UC Santa Barbara continuing to lead this race by 2 clear boat lengths of clear water. They've taken the rate down to about 29. They're just going to keep it easy, steady over the course. We'll get some footage of the Irvine crew here, and then we'll turn it back over to you. Okay, UC Irvine should be coming into your picture shortly, as they're rowing a little bit higher cadence. It's a question of them looking like a little bit of a smaller crew having trouble with this headwind. They're rowing at 33. So that's the positioning of race number 21 with the UC Santa Barbara crew on the lead, Irvine in second. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to take a little bit of a break in the action here. The next event up is another row over where Santa Clara University is going by themselves. And right now, I think they're pulling up to the start line, and we should be ready to go any minute here. While we're taking a little break here, I'm going to bring this up a couple times today, but we lost one of our real rowing heroes a couple of weeks ago. Duval Hecht, the founder of the Irvine Crew program, founder of Books on Tape, a real entrepreneur and Olympic champion in the pair in 1956, passed away a couple of weeks ago. So, we've lost a real hero of rowing from Newport Beach here. And I think it's good to keep in mind that over the years, he was a real asset to our community. So give old Dewey a couple of thoughts today, because this all probably wouldn't look like this at all if he hadn't come down here and started the rowing program at UC Irvine. So folks, the crews are queuing up for the next match race, and it's going to be a men's 8. It's going to be UC Irvine B in the west lane, lane number 1, and USC A is going to be in the east lane, lane number 2. So the Trojans of USC and the Anteaters of UC Irvine. Okay, well, the Anteaters are pulling up even with USC for the start, and the officials are getting ready to get this next wave of racing started. These athletes are pretty brave out here rowing in their tank tops today, because it's a little bit chilly, and I'll tell you what, there's just enough water splashing around to get wet. So they're paying the price today for us to enjoy this regatta, that's for sure. John Walker is one of our regatta officials today, and he's an old anteater, if you want to call him that. And certainly John has made his place in the in the rowing world. He's a FISA, world rowing official, a national rowing official. He's been all over the world doing regattas, and we're really glad to have John on the job today. And Debbie Nowinski is the aligner. Debbie is one of the famous rowers from Long Beach, so of the sculling program down in Long Beach. So we got a lot of celebrities doing this regatta here today. So we're just about ready for the start. The Anteaters are going to pull up even with USC, the Trojans from USC. Both crews are in white boats. USC dressed for success in black long sleeves and white ball caps. And the Irvines are out there in their tank tops braving the day. So this ought to be a great race. Crews are even now. And the starter's flag is up. And one coxswain's hands up. Oh, well, they got a little race started there with the coxswain's hand up. But they're off and running now with the Anteaters and the Trojans stroke for stroke. And this is a really tight start. Really, really a good start. Okay. Good, tight race. It would seem about 100 meters in that the Trojans have just a little bit of a lead over the Anteaters in lane number 1. Oh boy, I'm getting a look at the overhead feed from the drone. And by the way, what a great asset the drone is. All of the production people here that are putting this together for us today are doing such a good job. It would appear the Anteaters have seized the lead, and they have about half to 2/3 of a boat length over the Trojans of USC. Anteaters don't seem to be having any trouble at all with the water conditions out here today. Good race. You know, it's about a half a boat length in favor of the Anteaters right now, but USC is not letting them off the hook, that's for sure. The USC crew practices down in LA Harbor, and I've been there enough times to know that they're no strangers to rough water. And right now it seems that the Trojans are just inching back into that lead for UC Irvine, and this is going to turn out to be a very close race when it gets down to Jim. Jim, take it over. We're queuing up for the next race, but let's hear about the end of that race, Jim.
Okay, we've got the Western Pride, obviously a spectator boat. You can hear behind as this race comes into view. It's a tight race, a good race. Could be a great race. Let's find out. Once again, it's UC Irvine on the shore side away from us, and UC Irvine, and USC out here, closest to us. Virtually bow ball to bow ball as we come up to a little bit more open water. Breeze freshens a bit, a little bit of white caps are coming across the water, and let's check now with some stroke checks as UC Irvine now has the lead of a half a boat. Irvine's rolling a high cadence compared to SC. We're going at 33 and a half. Let's check USC here. Once again, headwinds favor a stronger crew, or is more able to be rowed with more run per stroke. With a bigger, stronger crew, it gets more run per stroke. It's still a great boat race, with the Anteaters owning a 3-seat advantage over USC. Coming up to the American Legion Hall, about 250 meters to go. And if the Trojans start to take it up here, they can get back into this boat race. Both coxswains furiously urging their crew, calling for a power move, and SC has actually moved back a bit on the Anteaters. Trojans are getting inspired now as they are almost level. They're almost even with the Anteater crew in lane 1. In fact, USC has taken the lead. Now it's a question of, as you can see, if you're watching this at home, it's a question of their blade work and releasing from the water. SC had a couple of bobbles there, and Irvine has taken the lead back. So about 150 meters to go. Lane 1, your race leader now is UC Irvine. SC's not out of it though, although both crews are getting blown away from the shore, so it's a big challenge. It's a question of being level-headed now as within 10 strokes of the finish. SC's coming on strong. Irvine's taking the rate up. And unfortunately, we have to slow down here, but it appears that UC Irvine is going to win this race, not by much. Hopefully, they've got a finish camera. Unofficially, UC Irvine first, USC second. Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, got the next race about 150 meters down the course already, with San Diego State A going off with Cal State Long Beach B. And so Cal State Long Beach is on the west side, and they have yellow singlets on, and San Diego State is on the outside lane on lane number 2 on the east side of the course. And got a good race coming at you. And I'll tell you what, these coxswains are doing a good job. They got the feel for what's going on out here. Even though the breeze is coming up a little bit, they're bringing the crews right in here, and we're getting the races right off on time. This is great. And I've got the next race queuing up already, which is going to have Orange Coast B and Loyola Marymount B. So this should be a real good race too, Jim.
We're headed back towards the halfway point, but we wanted to see the finish of that last race. Still don't know who won, but it appeared that UC Irvine had enough to hold on. We're starting to turn around now to go in the same direction as the crews. And it appears that San Diego State is on the lead in lane 2. A lot of spray coming off the blades as this water becomes a little more challenging for the oarsmanship of both crews. Okay, they're within about 50 meters of us now. And it is San Diego State on the lead by clear water over Long Beach State. Okay, big spin, big push forward. All right, the Aztecs coming into view. Doing a nice job in this rough water. Let them get ahead of us a little bit so we can get away. We have a little trouble steering as well in this wind. But San Diego State, your race leader, with about 2 boat lengths of clear water over Long Beach State. Once again, the conditions are still rollable. It's not survival rowing, but it does take all the oarsmanship that you possess to keep your blade clear of the lumpy water that they're rowing in. We're going to slow down here a little bit, let the Aztecs come up here with us, and we'll get some shots of Long Beach. San Diego State rowing at 36. We'll let Long Beach State come into view. About 1 boat length of clear water separates the 2 crews, with San Diego State on the lead. And here's Long Beach State in your picture now. We have a lot of oarsmen yelling out, "Let's go, come on, we're going to do it." Doesn't help with your wind, but you know, they're giving it all they've got. Anyway, it's going to be San Diego State followed by Long Beach State. Back to you, Bob, at the start.
Yeah, Jim, the next race about a quarter of the way down the race course already, I'll tell you. These coaches got the coxswains on fire down here. They're lining up right away. I think we're getting some of these races off ahead of time, maybe even. We've got Orange Coast B and Loyola Marymount B on the course right now. I would say they're half the way down the course, and the next race is queuing up already, Jim.
Got it, Bob. We're on our way back to get some time with the 2 crews that are on the course now coming our way. Once again, as we head back down, we can see, because of the bumpy water, some splashes coming off of the blades as the oarsmen return for the next catch. So it appears from our advantage right now that Orange Coast B is your race leader. Clear water ahead of LMU. We're getting ourselves back into position here. Very much so a pirate lead as the crews approach us. Very tricky for us. We're in a very long catamaran launch to make the turn and get back in position. But it is Orange Coast, your race leader, way back. We're going to slow down here so we can get some footage before the next race starts. Pirates clearly on the lead here, probably, as they would say in Henley, easily on the lead. Multiple boat lengths of clear water. So now appearing in your picture is the Orange Coast College B crew. Run pretty comfortably in these challenging conditions. Run at 33 strokes per minute. Get a few more strokes of them. We'll slow down, let you see Loyola Marymount, then we'll get further back in sync with the races. Loyola's being pushed way out. They're almost following us straight astern, so we're going to have to avoid them. And in fact, Bob, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Jim. We got another race queuing up here, and UCLA seems to be on the starting line, awaiting the arrival of San Diego State B. And right now, they're nowhere in sight. Maybe that's coming 300 meters away. So we got a bit to wait for the start of the next race. So it's all good. Aha, we're getting a little info here. It seems that the San Diego State crew may have some technical challenges, so officials are trying to zip out there and give them a hand with some tools. Meanwhile, the Bruins in their bright yellow boat are sort of poised and ready for action here, but nobody to victimize right now. By the way, this race course is just perfect for today. It's over here on the west side of the Newport Bay, and it's right up against the Balboa Peninsula. So there's some good protection here in a way, and there's not a whole lot of, Saturday morning pleasure boat traffic over here. A little bit, but not much. It's pretty good. It's a perfect race course for today. So the one of the officials' launches has raced out to the San Diego crew, San Diego State crew, and it would appear that only 7 rowers are rowing. So maybe they're going to be able to make some and displace the hull a lot, but it sloshes around in there when you're rowing and makes it really hard to row the boats. But the water being pumped out doesn't seem to be quite as dramatic now. They've gone from the stroke guy pumping out to the 7-man pumping out to the 6-man's working on it right now. So sooner or later, they're going to get a lot of that water out of there. Well, I'll tell you, from the volume that comes out on every pump, there's a lot of water in that boat. So I don't know how they got it all. The middle of the bay is fairly bumpy out there. So they must have picked it up just from the rough water. The crew's passing, the San Diego State crew is passing the pump. Oh, well, they just threw it in the bay. I hope it doesn't sink. Those are about a $40 shot there. But they're going to get this race started. San Diego is pulling up even with the Bruins now. The Bruins have been very patient, waiting for San Diego State to get their boat bilged out. And it's San Diego State in lane 1 on the west side of the course, and UCLA Bruins in a bright yellow boat in lane number 2 on the east side of the course. And just between us, if you can see this online, the crews are on kind of a convergent course right now. So I hope this doesn't end up being another tragedy. And the crews are off and rowing right now. And UCLA's had a fantastic start. They're 10 strokes in and a half a boat length. So I don't know how much water they still have in the San Diego State boat, but the Bruins are just flying out of here right now. They're 20 strokes in and got open water on San Diego State. So very good Bruin crew headed down the course right now. So this should be a fun one for you, Jim, to see. You know, you're a Bruin, so you can say some of that Bruin stuff to them when they come by.
We're able to come down, slow down, to watch this race a little bit closer. And as you can see, the Bruins are dominating this race. And the coxswain says there are 300 meters in the race. Let me get a stroke rate for us, for you. 35 strokes per minute. Easily on the lead. It's a question now of good oarsmanship and getting as good a time as they can over the course to qualify for the later in the day finals. Yeah. Have a little trouble here with a moored boat in our way, but we'll come up so that we can get a better vantage point. It's very steady, very level here. Not throwing up a lot of water, not catching a lot of water on the recovery. Doing a very nice moving this ahead. Get a little bit further here. Maybe get a wide shot of the entire crew. Okay. Crew's doing a very nice job. The coxswain is right on her game. The wind is kind of a crosswind a bit, so she's being blown towards us as we come up towards the American Legion Hall. I don't know if you can hear the wind on my mic, but it's pretty darn windy right now. I'd say it's probably below 14, 15 miles per hour. Anyway, the Bruins have this race under control. I'll turn it back over to you, Bob, at the start. Over.
Okay, so we got the next race underway now, which is USC B in the west lane in lane number 1, and UC Irvine C in lane number 2. And the Trojans are in a black boat, and the Irvines, the Anteaters, are in a white boat. So they should be down there in your territory pretty soon, Jim.
Okay. Race 27, that's USC in lane 1 and UC Irvine C in lane 2. The Trojans are your race leader, as we've got some seagulls flying along with us here. USC with a substantial open water advantage over UC Irvine. USC is hugging that shore, which taking advantage of as much flat water as they can as they move up the race course. Wind is kind of leveled off right now. It's still breezy, but not outrageous. USC rowing at 32 strokes per minute. Once again, pretty dominant over the Anteater C crew. Get a few more strokes of this Trojan crew, then we'll fall back and get some strokes of the Irvine crew. But it's USC, your race leader, race number 27. You can see that the water does raise problems if your oarsmanship isn't up to par. Meaning, if the blade doesn't go in square, it can go deep, causes you to catch water, and as we saw in an earlier race, the worst case scenario is when you catch a crab. All right, we'll slow down here, get Irvine for a couple strokes, and we'll turn it back over to you. All right, Bob, back to you at the start.
Yeah, Jim, we got our next race underway, and this is one of the women's varsity races with the UC Irvine B boat in lane number 1 on the west side and the UC Santa Barbara B boat in lane number 2 on the outside. And the crews are about 20 strokes into the course, and I can see the drone headed out to cover the race for us, but it seems to be a pretty close race right now. And I'll tell you what, you know, the coaches have done a great job, you know, resurrecting some of these rowing programs. I know that Mike Sullivan has been helping out coach the women's crew at Irvine now, and you know, after being down with COVID for a couple of years, it's taken a while to get athletes back out for the team and teaching them how to row and bringing them up to speed. So these are the B boats, and they're doing a nice job dealing with the conditions out here today, Jim. So we got our drone back up now, but he's sort of speeding along to try to catch up with the crews. And we'll see how this turns out with UC Irvine B and UC Santa Barbara. The Gauchos are going down there against the Anteaters. This ought to be a good fight. Crews are about a third of the way down the course now, and from my vantage point here, it's just too tough to call. When they get this far down the course, I got a lot of masts and the cabins on super yachts in my way, so I'm hoping that the drone picks them up pretty soon, or Jim, you.
Yeah, Bob, they're about 50 meters from me, so the crew that's in lane 2, that'd be Santa Barbara, is on the lead. They should come into the picture shortly. Forward. Okay, here we go. Yes, in fact, UC Santa Barbara has a clear water advantage over Irvine, and it appears that Irvine has some issues with their 3 and 4 positions. They're not rowing. The woman at 4 is not rowing. I don't know if she has, oh, she's back into rhythm now. Okay, we'll follow Santa Barbara here for a few strokes. Get you some images of them as they go down the course. Once again, it's a question of momentum and acceleration through the strokes as we roll into this headwind. All right. There, we'll get some footage here. Okay, Santa Barbara on the lead. Striking the water at 33 strokes per minute with a clear advantage over the Irvine B crew. When the races get this far apart, it's a question of the athletes pushing for a good time versus just cruising for the finish. And since the finals for the trophies will be determined by the fastest crews, you want to make sure that you've got a good time. We're going to slow down here a bit, get a few shots of the Irvine women as they come down the course. A lot of splash. Once again, if the boat is not set, if the oarsmanship isn't as crisp and as clean as it needs to be in conditions like this. You can see them having some issues clearing their blades of the water, but they're going to make it across the finish. Anyway, back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, we got a little break action here. It's going to be about 10 minutes before the next race starts, so it's a good chance for everybody to run and get another cup of coffee or whatever you're drinking this morning, a mimosa, something like that. So let's enjoy the little break, and we'll have another race here at about 5 minutes after 10. Okay, Jim, we got some action going back out here again. We're picking up for the penultimate wave of racing today. In lane number 1, we got UC San Diego, and we got Cal A, and I think this is the third time that Cal A's gone. So, Scott Frenson, their coach up at Cal, the Golden Bears are getting some exercise today, and I'll tell you what, these guys are good rowers. They're flying off the starting line. These are two really good crews. UC San Diego and the Cal Golden Bears. And well, I'll tell you, they're about 20 strokes in, and Cal looks like they're a half a length up already. Let me get a look from the drone view over here if I can. So Jim, I hope you can pick these guys up pretty soon. We don't seem to have the drone view online here, but the crews are about a quarter of the way down the course now, and I got an angle right here between some yachts, and it would seem that Cal probably has a fairly substantial lead over UC San Diego now. One of the things we talked about a little bit earlier is, this is the Cal A and B for this regatta, but they also have some of their crews racing over in Las Vegas today. They have a big early season regatta over there, and I'm not really sure who they're racing, but half of the Cal squad's over there racing in Nevada today. So Scott Franson's crews, he's sort of spreading the muscle around and getting a lot of experience today. So I don't see the breeze picking up anymore, but it's solid. It's solid, and of course, the really skilled rowers out here. We got some very very skilled rowers. They're not struggling with this too much. It just makes a heavy load when you're rowing into a 20-mile-an-hour headwind. So Jim, you should be able to pick this race up pretty soon. Okay, we're getting ready for the next race. It's going to be the Anteaters A boat against the Bruins A boat. This should be a real crowd pleaser. These are two of the best crews in the regatta here. I don't know exactly how the grand finals are shaken out. I know that Cal A boat's going to be right in there, and then I would expected one of these crews. The results of this race is probably going to determine who's in the big final in less than an hour or so here. So it's Irvine in lane number 1. This is their A boat. They're in a white boat with black singlets, and UCLA Bruins in a yellow boat with blue blades. And the starter's flag's up, and the crews are off. This is going to be a good race. UCLA rowing at 40 strokes a minute. And Irvine at 38. Now they're about 20 strokes into the course. And I have to say, this Bruin crew's rowing really, really nicely. The Irvine crew has some good power there, and they're very aggressive. But in terms of the Bruin crew is very tidy off the line. They came flying right up there, and they weren't hitting a whole lot of water. It's a really good race. The crews are 250 meters into the course now, and I'm kind of hoping that Jim can pick this one up because I think it'll be one of the premier races of the day. And if I'm not mistaken, Jim's launch is sitting on the dock. And so it might mean that we have some technical difficulties covering the middle part of this race, middle to the end of this race. So I'm doing the best I can, but they're a little bit out of my view line right now. Okay, we're lining up the start of the next race here. And, you know, these crews have raced, this is their third race, and there's one more to go after this. So I was mistaken earlier this morning. I thought they were just racing twice, but this looks like a four event regatta. And these are two really good crews, UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos A team, and the Orange Coast A team. And we're lining up a start right now. And Santa Barbara is going to be in lane 1, nearest the shore. And they're rowing in a white boat, and they have yellow singlets. And Orange Coast is in a yellow boat, and they're in lane 2 on the east side of the course. Both coxswains have got their hands up, and they should, because the boats are not really too even right now. But I'm sure that our starter will get things evened up here a little bit better. Okay, we're inching the crews closer together. We should have a start here any second. Starters' flags are up, and the race is off. Santa Barbara in the west lane with yellow singlets and a white boat, and Orange Coast Pirates in a yellow boat in the far lane. Nice, very nice start by Orange Coast. As a matter of fact, Santa Barbara's headed for a super yacht, and they've had some real calamity there in that Santa Barbara boat. I hope they didn't hit anything, but they were headed for the stern of the biggest yacht in the bay, just 10 strokes into the start. So I don't know whether the Orange Coast guys thought that it was the right thing to do to stop, but they're about 200 meters into the course now, and Santa Barbara has corrected their course, but they're already about 5 boat lengths behind Orange Coast. So this will be a fairly easy row over, I would say, for Orange Coast, unless Santa Barbara has a real adrenaline rush. So watching the overhead, the drone, we got our drone up again. That's great. This thing, the drone pilot's a great guy, and he's got good technology. You can see that the Orange Coast crew has a real super advantage there. And it's not just because they're rowing really well. The Santa Barbara crew was on a little bit of a tangent there right after the start. And I think they had a near brush with a really big cabin cruiser. And you know, on the Santa Barbara crew budget, they really don't want to be repairing a super yacht.
All right, Bob, I'm back on the water. We don't have a camera, but we're going to follow right alongside this Orange Coast crew. Orange Coast in lane 2 has a clear water advantage over Santa Barbara on the inside. I believe this is the Orange Coast crew that missed out on their second race of the day. So perhaps they have a little more energy and they're excited to get back on the race course. Continuing to leverage the boat ahead. Conditions are freshening, the breeze is freshening a little bit, but it's not unrollable, or else, of course, they would not be rowing. Santa Barbara's moved back somewhat as we come up to the American Legion Hall, but it remains Orange Coast, your race leader. Rowing the Rob Jordan 2. Santa Barbara has closed the gap somewhat, but it's still about a boat length of clear water between the stern of Orange Coast College and UC Santa Barbara. All right, the coxswain for Orange Coast is wanting more from their crew, since the time frame is going to determine perhaps whether or not they make it into that final race of the day. Orange Nose Collie still on the lead. Going nicely considering the conditions. Not a lot of white water on the recovery. Carrying their blades nicely over the course. And Santa Barbara about a length of clear water astern. Bob, back to you at the start.
Yeah, Jim, we got our next race on the course already. We got Long Beach State in lane number 2 and Loyola University in lane number 1. And really, really good race. Really, really close race at this point. As I'm looking at the drone's eye view here, these crews are rowing neck and neck, and it's really good. I mean, guys are rowing their third race of the day already. There are going to be a lot of tired buckaroos around here by the afternoon. By the time they all have one more race, the championship round. So by the time they row 4 races into this headwind, it's going to be quite a day for these athletes. And it's the beginning of the racing season. Jim, I hope you can pick this one up, because right now I see a race that's less than 10 feet between the two crews anyway, and our drone pilot's doing a great job bringing this to us.
Yeah, Bob, we're on our way back, and in fact, we're about 100 meters from them, so we've got to turn our boat, point it in the right direction, but you're absolutely correct. This is a very close, exciting race that's coming up. Making the turn, once again, we do not have the video. Our batteries let go, and here they come. Crews virtually even, as Long Beach State has about a 1-seat advantage over LMU. We're going to move up alongside so we can tell you exactly where they stand. But probably the closest race of the day. Long Beach State rowing in a yellow shell named for Ed Graham, a former coach, sits 2 seats up on LMU. LMU coxswain looks over to the Long Beach crew and says, boys, it's time to make a move, and they are doing just that. Taking a power 10 of some sort. They've closed 1 seat. They're just 1 seat down now. So Loyola Marymount is in lane 1, closest to the peninsula, closest to the shore, and closest to our launch is Long Beach State. Long Beach now counter in the move that LMU made, and now they've moved up to a half a boat advantage. Really hitting the front half of that catch and really holding it all the way through the finish. Long Beach State now with a 6-seat advantage, and they continue to move away. Coxon looks over at the LMU crew, says, I want more, and they're giving him her more. Anyway, barring any sort of catastrophe here, it looks like Long Beach State will be the winner of this race, followed by LMU. Back to you at the start.
Yeah, Jim, we're queuing up our next race here, and this is going to be Cal B and UC San Diego B. And these coxswains are right on top of it. They've got the crews ready to row already, and the starters giving them the final instructions. Got a couple, one hand in the air, one coxswain. When a coxswain, by the way, when a coxswain puts their hand up, means they're not ready to go. And these guys, they got it dialed in. So last couple of starting instructions. By the way, if you get to see the start of these races from the drone, you'll notice that these are floating starts today. The crews are just on their own to get lined up, and the starter gets them as even as they can and sets them off. And of course, this is the 4th time these guys have raced today, so They're getting it down. They're getting it dialed in. Actually, I think it's their third time to race, and they have another race coming up. So their fourth race will be in another hour or so. Starter flag is up, and the crews are off with Cal in the west lane, lane 1, and UC San Diego in lane 2. And of course, the Cal crews look like they haven't done a whole lot of standing start pieces already this year because they're very deliberate. They're very sort of low cadence off the line. And the San Diego crew came flying out of there like their hair was on fire. So they took about 2 seats, I would say, in the first 20 strokes. But now Cal, with their very long, really deliberate, powerful strokes, is rowing right up with them. Great drone view here. I would say the crews are 200 meters into the course, and the Cal crew has moved up. They're going to about a third to a half a boat length lead right now over the San Diego crew. Yeah, Cal crew is really nice and long in the water, very deliberate, very powerful. Scott Franzen's a wonderful coach. They got a good coaching staff there at Cal. Cal's at 36 strokes a minute. And for any of you that are lucky enough to be able to be seeing this online, what a picturesque venue for this kind of a regatta. Lots of beautiful yachts, and it's just a glorious day here in Newport Beach. I've got the best vantage place possible in Newport. I'm at the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and the facility here is beautiful, and the host is great. This is just great. So Cal's moving out now to about 3/4 of a boat length over UC San Diego.
And Bob, they're
just
now in front of us.
Little by little on every stroke. And you know, I mean, when you look at it, Cal has one of the absolute best rowing programs, both men and women, in the country. They've won a lot of national championships. It's a fully funded program. They have international athletes from all over the world, and it's really great that Scott sent his crews down here for the regatta today. Jim, take this one over and tell everybody about how good that Cal crew looked.
You're certainly right, Bob. The Golden Bears are a one boat length of clear water over the San Diego crew, and as you say, very disciplined, very powerful, great compression when they drop the blade in for the catch, then a very powerful first push, and then a strong finish. Their coxswain's calling for a bit of a move here as they continue to move away, although UCSD is holding their own given the conditions and given who they're racing. Coming up to the American Legion Hall, it's still the Golden Bears. You can see the moment of emphasis to finish each stroke, to leverage the boat ahead is something to watch. It certainly is appreciated by those of you, unfortunately, don't have a camera that can see it, and I can just tell you that all bodies are moving together. Finishes are coming out cleanly. There's no splashing of water on the recovery in this headwind. They're obviously the pedigree of the event today. That's probably why it's called the California Challenge. Anyway, the Golden Bears are about 20 strokes from the finish. They've opened up a little bit wider margin, and it's back to you at the starting line, Bob.
Yeah, we've got our next race underway already. That's certainly one of the fun things about this regatta is that the races are just happening. Boom, boom, boom. You don't get bored watching races here. And we got Santa Barbara versus Santa Clara in the women's. This is another heat of the women's cruise. And it would appear that Santa Barbara got a little bit of an advantage off of the start. And I'm going to step over here, and I'm sorry for all those who aren't getting to watch this online, because the technology and the skill here today to bring this to us is really spectacular. The Santa Barbara crew in the lane closest to the camera, in lane number 1 on the left, on the west side of the course, is moving out. They've almost got a boat length now over the Santa Clara crew. And Santa Clara, I think they probably still row on Lexington Reservoir up there on the way to Santa Cruz, a really picturesque place to get to row. Yep, Santa Barbara's taking a little bit of a lead, almost a boat length now over Santa Clara. And this is, again, another one of the women's heats here today. There are not quite as many women's crews as there are men's crews. I know several of the women's crew went over to Las Vegas to race at the same site where the rest of the Cal men's team is racing today. So, Jim, you can pick up this women's race. It's going to be fairly close. It's probably less than a boat length between the two crews right now.
All right, Bob, we're in position now. The crews are about 100 meters from us. And the race leader is Santa Barbara, closest to the shore. The distance I can't tell right now. They're still behind us. So as the crews come up more level, I'll tell you exactly where they stand. Conditions haven't worsened, but they haven't let up. It's still a challenge rowing in this headwind, but at least it's a fair course, meaning that the wind is coming right straight down the center of the course, so lane 1, lane 2 is not an advantage or disadvantage. All right, let's get a stroke check on the Gaucho crew. They're rowing a very long and strong 31 strokes per minute. And once again, they're in lane number 1. The Santa Clara crew isn't going away. There's an overlap, meaning the bow of the Santa Clara crew is overlapped with the stern of the Santa Barbara crew. All right, now the boats are abeam of us, and so now I can give you a little clearer picture of what's going on. Santa Barbara still maintains and actually have opened up a little bit of a clear water lead over Santa Clara. Santa Clara rowing 33.5 strokes per minute. Santa Barbara is rowing lower than that, just maintaining the lead over the trailing crew. You've got to be very careful as you come down to make that next entry with the blade, not to push down on your handles. As you do that, sometimes the blade can sky up in the air, and if you roll up too soon, it becomes an air brake. Santa Barbara's coxswain's calling for a power 10 here as we pass in front of the American Legion Hall, about 200 meters from the finish. So barring any incident, it's going to be Santa Barbara winning this race over Santa Clara. Back to you, Bob, at the start.
Okay, good news, bad news. We've been talking about how many races these athletes are going to have today, and they've already had 3, or they're just about on their way to have a 3rd race. The cup racing that was due to start at 11 o'clock has been canceled. So I think the coaches have been all the wiser about this situation. So the cup racing, the final round, has been canceled. Um, let's put our hands together for these athletes that have done a great job out here today. And don't worry, they've gotten plenty of exercise. So the last race is going to be at 11 instead of 12. Okay, we got just a few more races to go here this morning. And right now, the USC crew is lined up here in the west lane, and they're going to be going off against San Diego State. So this should be a pretty good race. You know, the conditions haven't changed a whole lot out here in the last hour, hour and a half. It's a pretty stiff headwind. And I told you, I think that the cup races, the 4th round has been canceled for between 11 and 12 o'clock. And I can certainly see that. You know, these athletes take a real beating rowing into this much headwind, especially when they end up going down the times. And the next race is off. It's USC in lane number 1 and San Diego State in lane 2 on the east side of the course. USC has black long sleeves and white hats, and San Diego State's rowing in white singlets. These are both their A crews, so these are the best rowers, presumably, that they have, male rowers that they have at USC in San Diego State. One of the things that's interesting about this regatta is it's kind of a mix between varsity crews and club crews. And certainly these club crews take a whole lot of dedication. Um, a whole lot of donations that have to go into club rowing and varsity rowing. And as a matter of fact, nowadays, those of us who enjoyed sports in college that, you got to do them. Now you practically have to pay to be part of some of these club teams. So it takes a lot of dedication. Not only do they have to do the hard work, they have to pay to be on the team. And participate. So it takes a lot of dedication. And it's one of the reasons why this is such a great regatta, because it's a good mix between club teams and varsity teams. Jim, go over as soon as you can get a good look at San Diego State coming down there. And USC.
The crews are now approaching us at about the halfway point. Right now, it's the University of Southern California, lane 1, on the lead. 3/4 of a boat. They're trying to press to clear water. San Diego State in lane 2, closest to us, struggling a bit. But the Trojans rowing pretty comfortably over there in lane 1. They're understroking. They seem to be a little larger crew physically than San Diego State, and the headwind, that's a big advantage. Using that weight, using that momentum, using that emphasis on the finish really pays off in a headwind. USC is at 33.5. And now they have about 2 boat lengths of clear water over San Diego State. The wind is, in fact, Bob, picking up substantially right now. It's got to be blowing 18, maybe gusts of up to 20. When it blows that hard, if you're a lighter crew like this Aztec crew, you can barely clear your puddles. In other words, you don't get a full length of run per stroke. But by God, they're putting everything they got into it, leaning into that wind as best they can. But as the lead crew, USC approaches the American Legion Hall, clearly the leader and barring any sort of incident, going to be the winner of this race over San Diego State. Back to you, Bob, at the start.
Yeah, Jim, we got the start of our next race lining up here right now.
Good turn.
We're going to have UCI B and UCLA B. And the Anteaters are in a white boat in the lane closest to the shore, to the west shore. And they have a white boat with black singlets. And UCLA has a yellow boat with blue oars. And UCLA is just flying off the starting line here. I'll tell you what, the UCLA crews are very well coached on their racing starts. They're coming out clean and powerful on their first 20 strokes for sure. And one of the things that I wanted to mention is UCLA's taken a fairly good lead already in the first 25 strokes. But I wanted to mention that at the end of racing, at just after 11 this morning, I told everyone about the loss of Duval Heck, one of our really rowing titans here in Newport area. We're going to show a video, one of Duval's videos, and so it'd be a really good thing to stay tuned for even after the last race is over. So take over, Jim.
both crews in race 39, that would be UC Irvine and UCLA. I don't want to say they're struggling, but it's very challenging to roll in this headwind as the wind increases. UCLA in lane 2 is your race leader by clear water over UC Irvine. All right, the Bruin crew is coming up even with our launch now. Coxswain calling for a power 10. They're rowing at 32.5 strokes per minute. Rowing nicely, given the conditions. They've got about 2 feet of run per stroke, which is good into this headwind. UC Irvine maintaining their position of clear water astern. As the Bruins probably realize this is their last race of the day, so let's go for it. They're actually at 35 strokes per minute. They want to see how fast they can get across the course and how they compare to their A boat. Irvine is clearly astern as UCLA once again continues to work quite nicely given the conditions. They're at 37. Once again, they're competing against the clock versus against UC Irvine. So UCLA will finish first in this race, followed by UC Irvine. And I'll turn it back over to you, Bob, at the start.
Yeah, we got an interesting one going here at the start right now. I can see that Cal State Long Beach and Loyola Marymount tend to be lining up right now, and they're a little bit out of order. The next race is supposed to be Orange Coast and USC, and they seem to be behind Loyola and Cal State Long Beach. So I don't know whether the officials are going to start them out of order. Or actually, it looks like the starting officials are backing Long Beach and Loyola down and bringing Orange Coast and USC up. So it's going to take a minute here to re-scramble the crews. And, the Coxswains are doing a good job. Wouldn't be surprised if these kids want to get off the water now as soon as they can, because they've had a tough morning out here. This is good. Orange Coast B boat versus USC B boat. Orange Coast will be in the west lane, and they'll be in a bright yellow boat, and they'll have on white singlets. And USC is going to be in a black boat with black singlets. So we're getting it all organized, and my guess is that Long Beach and Loyola are going to be up here right after this Orange Coast and USC race starts, and they're going to be ready to go right now. Okay, so we're queuing up for the next race here. We got Orange Coast B and USC B just about ready to roll. And I have a feeling that the race right behind them is going to be right behind them. So I can see two races starting here at a very close interval. Orange Coast B is in a bright yellow boat, and they have on white singlets, white tank tops. And USC is in a black boat with black long sleeves. So the starter's flag is up, and these crews are just about ready to roll here. And they are off. I'll tell you what, you can see that these athletes are starting to get a little bit worn out here, because these two crews have rowed at least 3 races today. This is their 3rd race, and there are a lot of tired athletes out here right now. And they're doing such a good job, a surprisingly good job, as a matter of fact. I mean, you got this fetch blowing all the way down the bay to right here in front of the Newport Yacht Club. And the crews are about 200 meters down the course right now. And Orange Coast has taken a fairly significant lead over the crew from USC, about almost a boat length, as a matter of fact. And typical Orange Coast, they're rowing beautifully and taking their share of open water now on the crew from USC. Really good spacing. Orange Coast is a nice, solid 34 strokes a minute. And, you have to excuse me for using terms like spacing, boat lengths, and all that stuff. It's rowing terminology, and spacing means what the distance is between the puddles on the side of the boat, the puddles that come off the blades. And right now, at 34 strokes a minute into a nice, solid headwind, Orange Coast, it looks like a centipede going down the bay. You can see where the two-man's oar is going about 3 feet beyond the stroke-man's puddle. So that's spacing. And right now we got another race underway, just starting. Finally have Cal State Long Beach and Loyola starting. And it's a little bit scrambly here. So Jim, take over that first race.
All right, Bob. We're even up here with Orange Coast College. And as you say, given the conditions, they're rowing quite nicely, getting some good spacing with their opponents, USC, easily astern. I'll just put it that way. Let me get a stroke rate on Orange Coast. They're now rowing at 35. The other boat's right behind us. And they're maintaining that lead. When you get a wind gust, unless you're really on the stroke and really finishing with emphasis, you can find yourself almost stopping. But anyway, Orange Coast College is clearly in the lead of this race, followed by USC. Back to you at the start. All right, Bob, I don't know if the gremlins got your your mic, but I couldn't hear you. But the crews are now coming up to our location here. This is race number 41. Loyola Marymount B is in lane 1, and Long Beach State B is in lane 2. Loyola Marymount, one length up over Long Beach State. As you said earlier, fatigue is starting to show on these athletes going into this headwind, 3 consecutive races in short order. I'm sure the fuel in their tanks is starting to show that empty. But you know, they're tough. They've done the training. They'll get through the finish line and smile that they've accomplished just that. Once again, it's a 1 boat length of open water with Loyola Marymount rowing at a 34. Long Beach at 35. They should maintain this position through the finish line, so we're going to head back towards the starting line. It's back to you, Bob.
Yeah, Jim, we got the last race coming down the course. San Diego State B and UC Irvine Anteaters C. So in the first 20 strokes or so, it looks like the Anteaters are pulling away slowly on San Diego State. And I'm going to cheat over here and see if I can get a little view on the drone monitor. And I want to remind everybody that as soon as this race is over, we're going to queue up that video of Duval Hecht, our founder of the Irvine crew and, one of the real titans. He and Dave Grant were really the two super leaders that put rowing on the map here in Newport Harbor. And so we're going to show that as soon as this last race is over. Take a look. It lasts about 3.5 minutes. So about 350 meters down the course, you've got the Anteaters about a boat length over San Diego State. And Jim, you want to pick this one up and put a lid on this regatta today. As I've said before, the cup races are canceled. The coaches are making the judgment, which I think is very good, that these athletes have had enough today. And so let's catch the end of this last race, Jim.
All right, Bob, and for those that don't know, Bob Ernst is a longtime celebrity of rowing, having rowed at UC Irvine and had coached at UC Irvine, and very successful head coach, women's Olympic coach. So Bob, well done. It's great to have you back in Newport. The crews are approaching us now. And it's a shame that we're not going to be able to have those finals, but it is getting, I wouldn't say treacherous, but pretty iffy in terms of really having safe and sane racing. So the crews are still about 50 meters from me. As we wait for them to approach, we'll follow this race all the way through the finish line. And then we'll put a cork in the bottle. Anyway, UC Irvine is your race leader in lane 2 with a comfortable open water lead over San Diego State. And once again, if these are B's and C crews, there's probably a lot of first-time racers, certainly green people to the water in terms of how it is to race and race in these conditions. All right, the coxswain for Irvine says we're halfway. Here we go. That's his favorite phrase. Here we go. All right, and here we go. We're following along. They're rowing at 33.5 strokes per minute. With the San Diego State B boat struggling a bit in terms of their synchronicity and in terms of catching at full reach. It is a challenge into a headwind in terms of controlling those big cleaver blades, keeping them off the water but low to the water and not turning them up too soon. Irvine still maintains their lead. Oarsman's keeping their heads up. Stroke really going for it here. Actually pushing the rate up a bit in terms of what the conditions will allow, but as long as nobody crabs, more power to them. This Anteater crew is now approaching the American Legion Hall, which is about 200 meters from the finish line. They're not getting clear water, meaning per stroke they're not going at least one boat length, which is approximately 60 feet per stroke. Once again, these B and C crews don't quite have the horsepower that the A and B crews do. But they are racing, and the fact Irvine is, as they would say in Henley, they're going to win this race easily. So we're coming up to the edge of the Marina Park area, coming up almost to the Lighthouse Restaurant. Wind continues to freshen here, and a good call, unfortunately, for the competitors who wanted to compete for the Cups, not to continue racing after this final race of the day. Irvine is about 25 strokes from the finish line. The spectators on the beach have sort of dispersed since there won't be final Cup races. And now we're about 5 strokes from the finish. So the final race of the morning, race number 42. First across the line will be UC Irvine, and they've crossed the finish. Second across the line will be San Diego State, and congratulations to coaches, to athletes, parents and friends, and a particularly big salute to AJ Brooks for hosting and organizing an amazing regatta. This has been your On the Water reporter, Jim Jorgensen, out.
Yeah, Jim, thanks a lot. What a great job today. And my hat's off to you and all the coaches and the athletes for putting on a good show today. And, you know, all the technology geniuses here and Zoom, the pilot we had today for the drone. I mean, the officials that came out, it's all good. And we're going to put on the Duval Hecht video now, and it's going to be about 4 minutes long. And I've previewed, it's really super. So everybody take a look and remember Duval. I mean, he is a good guy, and we certainly wouldn't have Irvine crew if it hadn't been for him. So have a good afternoon. Thanks, bye.
So you ask, how did I get interested in coaching? Well, I can remember down in Australia with my rowing partner, Jimmy Pfeiffer, when we had finished our race, our final race together, and we were rowing back from the medals stand to the boathouse. And I said, Jimmy, what can we ever do that will compare to this? And the answer, of course, came in coaching. It was a way to perpetuate the experience and a way to give back what I felt was a tremendous obligation to the sport. In my own case, it made a world of difference. I would never have been the person I've become if I hadn't rowed. I was no great athlete, but rowing was a challenge that had had to be met. And the reason it had to be met was that you're in a boat with other people and you can't let them down. You just cannot do that. And therefore, you find that you have more to give than you ever believed possible, or that you ever had on your own account, that you would dig down for something so deep inside yourself that you never suspected it was there. That's the most important thing that rowing teaches you. I also think rowing is marvelous because it's elemental. It's not a sport that takes place on a field or on a baseball diamond or in a basketball court. And it's not just outdoors, it's on the water. I can remember hearing a coach say one time when he was bowing out of the sport, what I thought was his mid-career, I asked him why he was leaving. And he said he felt that when he completed his rowing career, he owed something back to the sport. And he said, now I've repaid it. And I thought, that doesn't compute. You can never repay what you owe rowing. And I still feel that way. And the UCI crew, which started from nothing, has produced marvelous results and marvelous men. And we've made our own history. There's never been a coach at the program or men who've gone through it that haven't had the highest aspirations. And many times we've been able to realize that on the water, and many times we haven't. But even in those years, we don't break the records, don't make the record books. The men get something out of it that in their lives afterward, they're always after the thing that gives satisfaction in life, which is doing the best you can. And everyone gets that out of the rowing program at UCI.